Oh, that's good. Glad it actually did that properly. Hang on. I'm not ready to start yet. I have something I want to try. I downloaded this. I have no idea where the fuck I put it. Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. There it is. I found it. Let's go. Yeah, okay. How does this work? Oh. I'm so confused. I have the thing. Who do I want? Oh my god, no. How do I link? Oh, I understand. Never mind. I would add a source. And then I would add like what would this be? This would just be a little window capture. No, yes. Window capture. I want PNG 2 plus. Fuck yeah, dude. That is not right though. I need to chroma key it now. I will use blue. Oh, that's hideous. Now I go like this. And then I go like filters, edit filters. Add filter, and then I want. Bro! Yeah, dude, I'm officially a VTuber. You like my totally original character, Do Not Steal? I was sitting here just as I was starting the stream like, man, this is not the most interesting thing to look at. How can I spice this up? Like, oh yeah, I downloaded this just the other day. Gotta color key this bad boy. It's good to go. Boom. Got it. Hey, how do I... Okay. It's not like properly... How do I... Is this good? Is this better? Do I make it more sensitive? I think that's what I want. Yeah, look at that. Let's go. Just gonna flip him horizontally now. How do I do that again? Shit. Flip horizontal. Boom. Got it. Right? Speaking of which, you should send me a link to your artist, and then I can like stock them for potential commission when I'm not broke anymore. That is actually, it is pretty fun to look at. It actually seems kind of like engaging. I think I get it now. I understand. How's it going, bro? How you doing? Yes, thank you. Oh, and my chat's even working. I thought that was broken. Wait, what happened to What happened? Do I have to leave it open? Hmm. Oh. I'm also like, can't help but notice I have like a blue outline. Hmm. Weird. It's fine. Got home from your subway trip? Oh, we don't have a subway here. I'm just kidding. I'm assuming you mean the food place, not a subway. Hell yeah. Well, welcome. I'm going to be revealing a lot of my Halo reclamation secrets, because I thought that would be fun. Speaking of which, since you're here, I'm willing to offer to all of my players a single question, a secret that I can kind of vaguely answer if you have one. I thought that would be fun as well. I have a whole list of things that I have been working on for the game that I'm actually excited to show you. I think it's pretty cool. What I did last night is I flushed out the base building system, and it's, funnily enough, it just happened to work out where it reflects Halo Wars in a lot of way, where there's 3 levels of bases: fire base, station, fortress, outpost, keep, citadel, that you can upgrade with the materials and tech that you guys have been collecting. They have reactors, you can increase their crew quarters for more unit cap, all this kind of shit, which I think is pretty cool. So we actually have like proper where's my wife? I can neither confirm nor deny their location. I'm gonna have to like lift my microphone. It's like right in the way of my second monitor. There we go. And of course I got that royalty-free sci-fi music because I was actually thinking about it just before I started the stream. Like, I can't play any of the music I've downloaded if I want it not to be copyright striked. Which is sad. I think if we did do like a live stream of the game itself, I think I have a means to still be able to play the music that we listen to and enjoy without it the fussing with PNG tuber, get its sensitivity right. What was I saying? I could theoretically like only record the Discord, not record Foundry as it's playing all the music, and then just overlay some royalty-free music in post. Then we can still listen to the music we like, and not have to I don't have to re-download an entire series of albums just to be royalty-free. Yeah, I think I figured out a solution. Anyway, bases, as I have put them together, are flexible enough where a base could be like, you can kind of like imagine like a Halo Wars base, in a sense, where you could imagine like the exact layout exactly, and that could be a base that you can construct. Or you could set one up to be like an like an orbital Mac cannon. Like, you just have to attach a mass driver to it, give it a large enough power supply to support that. You can even give it a second power supply just for the Mac cannon as part of this like large base complex, and all these things. You can give them garages, shuttle bays. You can set up a base to be pretty much anything, which I think is cool as I've put it together. And then it's just a structure that you can attack and destroy. One thing I was going to work on today is more of the warfare stuff. I have warfare templates for the main, like, the 2-player character armies that are on the field right now, but I was going to expand, like, just like an army of grunts, an army of brutes, stuff like that. So when you guys go to outposts, there's actually a pretty significant risk there, the fact that you have to face down a whole army, which would be easier done with your own army or through careful play, which in play would mean like I haven't revealed them yet, I don't think. I have like swarms of, they function like swarms. They're called troops. I actually have squads You can like fight a squad of grunts rather than an individual grunt, and they work as a big unit and are otherwise more dangerous than a single grunt. Having to face down like several of these in waves would absolutely suck. Or fighting an army, easier. Of course, you know, having access to things like a scorpion tank kind of makes a squad of grunts mute, but there are all sorts of ways around the problems I'm trying to present. Right, I thought that was cool too. Where's my other my checklist? Yeah. Other things working on. This was the second idea I had for the base building system too. There's one in Starfinder already, but it's more catered to like building a colony, and I'm not too sure that purely military assets that the player characters are would have an interest in, you know, fucking city logistics. So I'm like, no, I should cut that shit out and make it like military focused base building. And that's the idea. Today I was hoping to work on my faction system, actually fleshing out like how that works on a macro scale, and I've kind of laid some groundwork over here. Every faction has like 3 different stats. They have a might stat, an influence stat, a subterfuge stat, and I think it's like a, not quite a stat, it's called stock. Secret fourth stat. These stats, say they have like 2 in every one, have values assigned to them in the game world. They're called assets. So say you have a faction with 2 might. 1 point of might might be literally for example, the Reclaimer Citadel, pumping out endless machines of war for them. Another one might be this orbital defense outpost that is quite literally posted up, shooting down anything that comes into range. Those are physical things in the world, right? So you can, as a player character, go after those things, destroy it, or do whatever you want to it, take it from them, and that removes a stat point from that faction, thus weakening it. If you get a faction down to 0, it basically puts it in like death's door, where you basically have your mission to finish it off, which I think is pretty cool. But of course, you have things like stock, which are like deeply rooted assets that are really hard to get rid of. And one of the banished stock is going to be their super carrier, which is now on the map there, which is going to be like their biggest stronghold to try and take from them. You can take everything off the board and make it effectively weaken them almost to nothing, but they'll still have this and a couple other things to get rid of. I'll go into that in detail in a bit. What else do I need to do that I wanted to do? Try to do. Spoilers. A little bit here. NPCs is something I wanted to work on. So I might not touch that too much maybe here, because it goes into some of the secrets. I don't want to reveal just yet. But locations, I wanted to try and find some maps that would work well for like a banished stronghold, or worst case scenario, figure out how to make some maps of my own. I think I'm going to start with, the faction system. Let's retouch up on that. Knights in the Arbiter. So I'm gonna delete that one. So the way I'm going to simplify this is I'm only going to make factions for the enemy factions, as the player faction is driven by the players and their actions. I don't really need to flush one out unless it makes more sense in the greater context of things. And I'm going to start with the Splintered, because that's the one I've had my mind on the most. There is a book that I'm going to steal the core of this rule set from. It's called the Karikan Trade Baronies. Field Guide to the Karikan Trade Baronies. It's a Lancer rulebook that I'm sure anyone could find online if they looked hard enough. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That has some really interesting rule sets in the back. One of which is their faction system, which is where I'm going to be pulling this from? It gives a whole means of like rolling d6s and generating entire factions, which I think is pretty neat. Military and civilian. Well, yeah, there's barely any difference between military and civilian Sangheili life. And very little difference in the genotypes of elites I've noticed. Like, females, they're only just like slightly shorter and very slightly more narrow, so we could have been committing acts against feminism this entire time throughout several Halo games that we'd never even know. Okay, so let me make this little template here. What does a faction have? A faction has a type, a subtype, a subtype. I see my chat when I do this. Back in this. What else does it need? Might be fun to give it a motto. So that's just like the basic 3 things that we'll generate first. But then we go into details. Simple word descriptors that we can expand upon. Desires, fears. Always good to know what they want and don't want. A significant. I think I have an idea of what this is going to be already. The bones of the ship that they occupy. A significant incident. And this is one I haven't thought of yet. This is something that has happened to them in the recent past that can otherwise be like just a point of what they're up to or have been up to. A significant location. I have expanded a couple locations that you guys didn't see in the when Contingency White revealed the parts of the map to you. That was the map that Oni was aware of. It has changed in the several months since then to reveal some of this. A place that's going to be important to them is a place called Sword Scar Keep, which is a name I thought really went hard. I really sat there for a while and I look back at chat. That's smashing elite. Buddy, same. Won't even get me started. Wait, hang on though. Real question. Forerunner, Smash or Pass? Where'd my book go? Smash? Yeah, fair enough. True. The monster fucker allegations will never go away. Where was I? Distracted by monsters. What are we? Oh yeah. So once we have details flushed out, then we will have status. Status is where we're going to determine how the faction feels about the party at a given moment, and how that feeling will reflect in what they try to do to or for the party. Now, for some of them, for some neutral factions that you have to earn the help of, this is where you can possibly gain aid from them. You can determine how that aid most likely comes in the form of, but also how a faction may try and interfere with a party while they're just going about their daily business. examples of this being in combat, pissed off faction may try and orbitally bombard you while you're just going about your day. While in narrative combat, they may set up assets to make like a blockade in a place you very much want to go, or make it otherwise harder to access or inaccessible. There's like a d6 you can roll if you want to generate a random one, or you can like choose one and be like, this is what they do most often, but they can do other things. I'm just gonna leave this open to roll, but I am gonna choose something that's like, this is their main way of fucking with people. Things like poison, sabotage, tracking, blockades. So I just need status, which will just be value between 1 and 4, starts at 0, so just let me go aid interference. And lastly, we can actually get to the ratings. This is like their stats. This is a great system, by the way, just for like literally any RPG system, as I've noted. Like, if you want to have factions that feel tangible, that the players like are the focus of the campaign, their moving abouts and actions, and have the players be able to directly interfere or interact with those things, great system to just throw. And I've used it in Pathfinder and Lancer, and I've used it in now this. It's just good everywhere. Because it's simple. It doesn't like bog shit down, but it also is engaging. The ratings. The 3 ratings. Might. Influence. Subterfuge. And then stock. Oh, my microphone died. Hey, there we go. As I was saying, I'll be pasting this really quick so I don't have to redo it again, and we're going to go from the top. Obviously, this is a military faction. I would classify this as a rogue fleet. Extra flavor text just for rogue splinter feet. What is their motto? What are they about? Generate this randomly. We're gonna roll 2d20, 1d20, and 11. What's our other d20? A 7. Ooh, that actually kind of goes hard. What do you think, Pierce? A tiger backed against a wall. 7. Wounds to the sharpest. Get that out. Maybe change the tiger, because I don't think a Sangheili, or I guess the Banished probably know what a tiger is. Just change it to beast, I guess. Which makes sense for them, because their ship is broken down and they're backed into a corner, really. I'm gonna go with it. Beast backed against a wall wounds the sharpest. Good mono to have. Where did my music go? That was supposed to be just like an infinite playlist of. Oh no, it was 11 songs long. Gotcha. There we go. Or copyright-free music. Where was I? Descriptors. We're gonna roll another 2d20 for these descriptors. I'm really gonna change that like piss-colored dice. Not a fan. 10 and 12. Oppressive. And ambitious. Yeah, I could dig that. Aggressive and violent tyrants. Ambitious. Warlords. And what do they desire? D20. No, not destruction. Understanding. Interesting. That's not what I would expect, but I can see how that would work, because they are here on this planet to understand more about its technology and use it to, I guess, to fuel their ambitions. Understanding of its tech. Ring. Then there. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a comma there, so it separates those two things as connected but separate. They want to understand advanced technology because they want to strengthen their galactic conquest. Two separate goals. Fears. This is a fun one too. A 6. They fear prosperity. Roll twice, take one of the two. 12. Retribution. They feel. Oh yeah, they fear the prosperity of their enemies, that they might strengthen themselves. And they also fear retribution for their crimes against the galaxy. And their and their peoples. Significant object. Now, if this list just has a big ship in it, Olympus, the fastest ship in the sector. I don't know about the fastest. But they certainly have the biggest. Doesn't get much bigger than that. Old super carrier from A significant incident. Another D20. A massacre fresh in memory. That checks. Because they recently came here and killed like half of the UNSC. We'll just call it the invasion of Dora. When the splintered arrived in mass alongside the Blackwater Company, control of the planet. That music is kind of loud. Turn down a little bit. There we go. Cool. A significant location. That's D12. D12. 7. A routine tour. Oh no, I'm on the significant location. 7. An old shrine perched on the fork of a swift rivers. What else? Another 7. The dice are speaking to me. Oh, no, this one, yeah. A great and him and how do I spell this word again? Trample. Fortress. Sword Scar Keep. Sword Scar Keep being their more permanent fortress structure that they're trying to build here out in this like wing of the continent. But most of their materials are going to preparing the ship first, Sword Scar Keep second. So it's still like in the middle tier of upgrade. It's not a full level 3 base yet. And then we're gonna roll a couple interesting people, probably like 3 or 4. A 17, a drunk scientist. Interesting. A drunk scientist. I can see it. What race should the scientist be? Because my first inclination of like a drunkard was thinking of like a really, really smart brute who has an alcohol problem to cope with his smartness, you know? Like Rick Sanchez. Yeah, that's it. I'm making brute Rick Sanchez. That's what's happening. A brilliant but alcoholic Jirohane. That's not how you spell Jirohane. How the fuck? Root. Jiral. Okay. Wow. Everything else is right. Sweet. Okay. That's one NPC. Generate another. 16. That's just one off from a young and inexperienced revolutionary. That pretty much fits the bill of, I guess I wouldn't say inexperienced. It maybe doesn't fit the bill of the shipmaster, but someone else in the crew surely. Okay. One more. 19. A sloppy spy. A sloppy spy. A sloppy spy, like a spy who... Sloopy? Sloppy could mean a lot of things. He's just bad at his job, essentially. Yo, I got it. If it's a spy who's bad at his job. A sloppy... Ungoy... Ranger? Do I want a ranger or do I want a special? I'll use a special operative. Sloopy. He's sloopy. 2 P's. He's sploopy. God damn it. There we go. A sloppy Ungoy special operative. 3 little interesting characters that I can pull out in case I need. So we've gone down the line. Have more of a faction than we did a second ago. Status. Their status is going to be -2 out of -4. They don't like you guys a lot, but they otherwise aren't fully committed to your death because they don't really know that you're there yet. Aid. I'm not even going to write down how they're going to... Actually, maybe I should, because then they could help their allies in narrative and tactical means. Yeah, okay. Oh, excuse me. Thought I muted when I cleared my throat there. Take the shot. Ooh. Take the shot. Okay. How they can aid their allies. Insertion. Did I spell that right? Insertion. It just looks weird. Okay. Rapid insertion. The enemy most often directly deploys reinforce. Hello, pretty kitty. My cat just meowed at me. I have received a gift this day. Okay, so in combat, or how to rebirth this. Directly deployed reinforcements while during narrative. Tactical aid comes in the form of directly deployed reinforcements, while narrative aid comes in the form of rapid extractions out combat. This is just not the exclusive way that they do this, just the most common. Just so you can like think at a glance, like, oh yeah, if they need them to do something, they can do that thing. In the first turn of combat. So this is for their interference now. These guys are probably going to do the same. Bounty. Ooh, I like that. The banished. Enjoy. Partake. Glorian honor in hills and will place bounty. How do I want to word this just for my brain? Because essentially how this works is that if the Splintered have a bounty out on someone, they can pick any player character at the start of any combat. For the rest of combat, all hostile characters are going to get a +1 bonus to hit that character. That's it. Heads. This isn't something that is guaranteed, by the way. I believe that there is a role involved. For example, if they wanted to declare a bounty on someone, it says that they would have to roll a number of d6 equal to their negative status value. So they have -2 out of -4. So you roll 2d6 and keep the highest of those. On a 1 to 3, the faction refrains from interfering for now. So I rolled a 2, so the faction wouldn't actually interfere for the duration of maybe like an entire mission or quest or whatever. But say you do another mission, you go out and you're trying to, hunt a bear. Oh, I rolled a d20. Give me a high roll for the sake of the argument. That's not a high roll. God, even when I keep highest, I can't. Come on. Come on. There we go. On a 4 or 5, the faction attempts to interfere, but the PCs get a chance to avoid this. They can offer collateral, aid, action, or payment to mollify the faction, prevent it from interfering, but the nature of the interference might not be clear. Interesting. So in this case, I might make the party aware that there would be a bounty out on someone. Maybe you could do something to obfuscate their appearance, or just make them aware of it ahead of time so that they can make a conscious effort to maybe stay away from the heat of the fight, maybe. What is their narrative? Ooh, signal jamming. This is a fun one. During narrative scenes, he vanished. Light signal. Jamming. Communications become all but useless in a wide radius determined by the GM in miles. The PCs have a minus, about a -4. That's 4. I need this to feel significant. -8. To any checks to track or navigate electronically. And then last but not least, what is the final? They can fix this by finding the source of the signal jammer and destroying it. Perfect. That's all we need for the status. We go on to ratings. This is going to be a faction that is pretty strong. This is going to be a high power, so it's going to have a total of 5 stat points. So assigning these out, it's just going to be like stock, 4 more put up. One, 2, 3. So that's 4. I think their next other point is going to be into might. Yes. So very quick, we got the stock is their ship. Subterfuge is their intelligence network. Apparently manned by a really shitty spy. Influence. How to think on that. Political influence. What do they have for political influence? I guess they do have a pretty charismatic ship captain, don't they? Yeah, a war hero ship captain. Because the ship captain is a veteran of the Covenant War and is considered a hero among these people. For might, we have the keep. Actually, no. I want the Reclamation Center and the Orbital Defense. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add another stock. I'm going to make them a 6 strength action, which is fine. That's not a one. and I'm going to give them the keep as another stock asset. So much like when they would roll for influence, whenever they would roll to do something as a faction, like say for example they are trying to rebuild their Devastator, or the Devastator, that'd be super carrier, they would roll. In this instance, I guess they're using might to try and do this. They would roll 2d6 and take the higher of the two to determine the success of this action. A 6 being a critical success. In this case, they got a normal success, so I'd probably give them a single point on their clock. See how that's going. So this might take up to 12 weeks if they're at that pace. But what they can also do is that every week they can try and, if they have not used any of their stock, they can spend a stock to make an extra roll. So they could call upon the assets they have on the ship to try and get a better roll, and they gotta run. They can even double down and be like, okay, let's use the keep resources. That's our second stock. Try again. It's a 3. So the best they got is a 5. And that'd be 1 success. I don't want to save the window. Just in case. So yeah, I'm just gonna add some descriptions to these. Flush them out a little bit. So now we have to assign more tangible parts to these assets. The Reclamation Center is pretty straightforward, but for like an intelligence network, how would you take out an entire organization of spies, for example? And my thought is, gonna stem back to that shitty grunt spy, because a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So I'm going to include him in the description of this asset as like, this is a very capable organization of spies, except for this one who's a little sloppy. That may be the weakness that the party needs to try and dismantle the entire asset, for example. And if they did so by some means of their own devices, they would remove an entire stat point off of the faction. So let's just start from the top. 4 of the present. It's natural. Or the banished presence and industry on the planet, reclaiming its natural resources and destroyed UNSC assets into materials they can use to build their supercarrier and expand Sword Scar Keep. It is a fortress and citadel. As much as it is a recycling center. It is its labor is found by a grunt. Use the traditional word Ungoy foreman. Now I have to name this grunt because I'm just gonna drag and drop his thing into this just so I can have that quick reference. NPC database, hostile, spoilers. These are the decided upon like 4 big honchos in the Splinter. I've already introduced Krell, the shipmaster, who is aboard the supercarrier, being a boss. I've teased the Brute War Chief through conversation in cutscene. This is another one that I have found, which I really like the art for. I think that's a really, really nice picture of a grunt. Check that guy out. Check that dude out. The certified dude right there. He's the grunt foreman, and he is the proud owner of one of these. Because I was doing a deep dive on the Halopedia website last night and was like, man, I really need to figure out ways to give more things, more means of being effective in combat. And then I noticed that grunts have exoskeletons now. And I was like, that's the coolest fucking idea I've ever seen. So it's essentially very similar to a mantis only in stat block. But it has different war gear, obviously. And now I can take literally any basic bitch grunt and throw him in one of these, and you have yourself a problem. It's a lot of fun. What else? So if he's the master of labor there has to be a security officer there, and I'm thinking that's probably going to be the Jackal Hunts Master. He's not like tied to the location like the foreman is. The Hunt Master is someone who's intended to be like a roving threat, who can appear pretty much anywhere at any time and be a fucking problem. Because his sniper has a range of like sniper has a range of like a 500 feet range increment sniper, so he could be easily 2,000 feet away taking shots at you, and you just kind of have to deal with that now. While sniping and in cover, so you have a problem that's 2,000 feet away, has an armor class of about 30, 34, 33, and is hidden until you make a successful perception check to notice where he's actually shooting you from. That was the core idea of him being a problem. There are some other splintered officers that I was going to come up with, but these were like the 4 core, and I was like, these are what I need to like figure out first. Its labor is helmed by an Ungoi foreman who uses his domineering mech suit to command the nanocarbon fist. The security is looked after by the Huntsmaster, who is more concerned with trophy hunting than he is guarding walls. The orbital defense cannon established after the fall of UNC here to cement air control airspace over the continent. Established after the fall of the units here to cement their control over the airspace of the continent. and protect the supercarrier while it's moored in orbit with the pairs. It is supported by ground forces and barrage. Established after the fall of the UNSC here to cement control over the airspace over the continent and protect the supercarrier while it is moored in orbit for repairs. It is supported by ground forces and a garage that fields a mobile artillery team of Wraiths. So not only does this area support an artillery cannon, it also has several Wraiths which it can use to defend itself and otherwise deploy elsewhere in the map to deal with problems. It'll probably be the bulk of the Wraiths that they have access to here. Maybe like 3 or 4. Where others, there might be 1 or 2 deployed in other places. They're not. Wraiths don't exactly grow on trees, you know. Warrior ship captain. Shipmaster of the Splintered is hailed as a hero of the Old Covenant War, and his service record in the Banished far exceeds his reputation. He was the first to support the ideas of a much-needed technological edge, which led to the sciences that make up his new cutting-edge equipment. Beautiful. The Intelligence Network. This one was going to be simple. The Splintered is no The wording on this is a little important. Splintered is no stranger to information. Many wetware specialists and stealth-capable spec ops, stealth-capable spec ops, and rangers make up the most elite of forces. Air forces. Period. However, there are many operatives that, short of these elite expectations, most notable of which is a envoy soupy, sloppy. Now for the last two assets. The keep. Or our keep. The main and of the center. Not many of their materials have been dedicated to carrying the supercarrier. But still a forbidden goal. Base. The main command center of the Splintered. Not complete, as many of their materials have been dedicated to repairing the supercarrier, but still a formidable base nonetheless that can use its assets to support other major operations across the planet. Yep. Ship. Fish. Has been much. Covenant War. Okay, so with all that decided, we have here a completed and finished faction. All of this is pretty much everything I need to run the faction as it would need be in the game, which can be expanded on as you go. So what this now means is that the faction has more flushed out way to mess with the party in combat, out of combat. They have more tangible things as part of the faction that the party can go after or learn about, use to their advantage, like learning a faction's fears is a good way to, gain an edge in manipulating them or getting them to do things you want, and with their desires. Being aware of what their ratings are made up of are a good way to go after not just the factions, like what makes up the faction, but you can also disrupt their current objectives and goals. For example, the supercarrier being repaired could easily be slowed down by taking out one of their might assets, which they are directly using to repair the super carrier. They use their might stat to roll to repair it. Less might means less chances to get a higher roll, which means slower repair times. Take out both, and they can no longer use their might at all to repair the super carrier, and they have to find some other means, which may be less efficient or less direct, or may take longer, or whatever. Because trying to repair a super carrier is nothing but the cut of your war hero jib. Not an easy time. But, you know, they could maybe trade with their allies for it or something like that, etc., etc. There we have a whole faction. Now, next would probably do the... Oh, my music died again. I go through the whole playlist again. Oh. Like, are you still watching? Like, what do you mean? I'm listening to music. Get out of here. Next I would do the Blackwater Mercenaries, which I definitely need to do sooner rather than later with how close the party is to them. They're probably going to interact with you guys very soon. But otherwise, it's important because I need to work out how they are doing with their goal, which is their clock is to try and open this dig site. When this clock gets full in approximately anywhere from 6 to 3 weeks of game time, I would say, they will open this installation, for better or for worse, and begin raiding it for everything that's inside. And that would otherwise strengthen the party, maybe? Or strengthen the faction, maybe. I have to actively avoid, like, hovering over the green and brown assets, but like, ooh, look, what are these? What could these be? Ooh, spooky. Let's go back to the checklist. Maybe bounce around my checklist a little bit. So I can mark this off, get the satisfaction of doing that. How do I strike through? There we go. Nice. What might be good to do now, maybe, is some warfare stat blocks for some more of the enemy. Okay. How do I want to do this? We need to have, like, multiple levels going on here. Let me duplicate some stuff. So we need not a Blackwater security team. We need a Ungoy army. Just basic rank and file. Duplicate. I need an army that represents just a fuckload of brutes. So probably be a CR5 army. Breaks a level 5, whatever you want. This would probably be CR1. Just chaff, really. What else? Oh, I know. Probably a jackal army. Duplicate. I can even duplicate the jackals again and just have this. skirmisher army. What other things can I add? Okay. Oh, you know what I can do that's fun? I can take a pair of hunters, and that just 2 hunters is enough to qualify as an army. That's how powerful they are. Bonded hunter pair, and that'll be let's actually look at my rules. What would that be? They're CR9, so that means I have to go to the warfare rules. They're CR9. There's only 2 of them. If I take their CR -4, 2 bonded hunters is a level 4 army, or level 5. Shit, I'd even probably make it a level 6, just because there's 2 of them. That'll be fun. What else? What else? Look through my alien archive. Alien. Jackals, brutes. Oh, I need... What else? I'm going to take the Swords of Helios as a template here. And this is going to be... we got Elite, Nurse, These are just rough CR figures. I actually have to figure out what their CR will be based on the size of the army that is intended. For example, this is probably going to be about 50. This will probably remain at about 25 brutes. Jackal army is probably going to stay at 25. It might actually have to be higher because they're only CR1. Go low to CR2. Yeah, okay. This many brutes, I think would qualify. Hang on. Using level 5 as a base. I go to my rules. There's only 25 of them. It'd be a level 4 army, not a level 5 army. Okay. The skirmishers. What level is your basic skirmisher? He's level 2. CR2. Star pusher. Yeah, 2. So 2. If I want it to be a level 3 army, it needs to have at least a. It's going to be a lot. 50. I could pick a small pack and make them CR1, but I could have them have really drastically different tactics and fighting styles from, say, a basic Ungoi army. That would make even a small squad of skirmishers a bit of annoying to deal with during an army, because they could like fight you, fall back, and then you have to make your army like spend time getting back up. Yeah, it's the whole thing. Elite mercenaries are CR6. Means sadly they don't have enough to field 50, so it would have to be about 25 of them. '25 elites. gives you a CR5 army, which is stronger than a brute army, which is what I wanted. All right, we have 1, 2. We don't have a CR3. Need something that fits that CR3 middle ground. Back to the archive. Ooh, yeah, Jackal Snipers. I'd only need like 10 Jackal Snipers to qualify as an army of CR3. Yes, 10 Jackal Snipers. Tiny army. Come back. Oh, I should copy paste. Okay. Okay. So we have a pretty good selection of things to flesh out so far, just so I can remember that there. Something I like to do when I make like when I block things out, I'll just put brackets, square brackets around them, just so I know I haven't done anything with this. This is incomplete. I need to come back and finish this at some point, just so I look at that. No, oh, don't use this. It's not done. What this also means is that vehicles can be made into armies as well. For example, if you wanted to take a Wraith, which is level 14, you would put a pilot with piloting and skills equal to the Wraith's level. You could, like, if you were making it an NPC, but then you just take a single Wraith, take it over to the rules that I had come up with. Where is that? This is just a port over from EF1E's mass combat rules. A single Wraith, you take its CR -4, so level 14. A single Wraith is a level 10 army, which makes sense because it is a Wraith. But it also has half the hit points of a full-sized army because there's only one. So it'd only take either 2 successful attacks against the Wraith army or 1 critical success against the Wraith army, and it's good to destroy it. So really easy to take out, but dangerously effective on a battlefield, of course, because it's an artillery cannon. Which I can do, but I'm not going to worry too much about vehicles, but I will block it out. I might block out like a group of Wraiths and a group of Gross, just as a start. But what also might be fun is doing like Banshees and whatnot. Or, God forbid, I'm planning on having an army of battlesuits that protects the Reclaimer Citadel, so you have to deal with like 10, 25 of those. That'll be fun. Because they're level 7. That would bring them down to a CR5 army? That's still pretty dangerous. Duplicate. We'll rename this. Wraith Artillery. Duplicate. Make another one. We'll call it Blades. Duplicate. Banshee. And we'll make one more, and we'll just for shits and gigs. This is the Goblin Squadron. I like the alliteration. Then we'll just amend the CR, CR5. What level is a Banshee? 6. So if I wanted a scary amount of Banshees, or not even a scary, just a couple Banshees, it's just like, fuck, that's a problem. Maybe I could do like 3 Banshees. 5 Banshees. Yes, I will do that. Or no, I think it's important not to get that the hit point loss. Just having like a full squad of 10 Banshees. CR5, nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. CR4. Ghosts recently got a buff. They're level 4 now. That means in order to have a decent amount of those, you'd also probably need about 10. Yeah, 10's a good number. Just for a lot of things, it seems. ER. And then, of course, CR10. And then you'd need to duplicate. Already, you can see my army options are expanding rapidly. As soon as we start getting it, like, what can you have as an army? A lot. I have a lot. A team of wraiths would be 1 CR higher. And would probably have the full 4 hit points. Okay. So that's blocked out. What else can we block out? Because I want to go quickly make a snack. I'm a little bit of a hunger boy. Where am I? Checklist. We blocked out the enemies for warfare. Marking on enemy bases would come next. Just like blocking out these minor outposts and whatnot, because I think it would be good to have those first, because I doubt you guys are going to be able to attack the Citadel right away. You could. Honestly, it's probably very doable if you guys are stealthy and capable and careful. I've made this with the mind that I don't want to like pigeonhole anyone into any set way, like, oh, we have warfare, so we have to have every single base resolved with a big warfare fight. And like, no, you guys can go and covertly kill everyone in the dead of night and leave. It's totally up to you. But definitely the first warfare scenes I see happening are the ones at the smaller outposts where you guys can work up an army quickly enough to match a smaller force. We're having to deal with like a defense outpost full of wraiths. You'd probably have to go in and kill that army your guys' selves, which is just going in and destroying 5 wraiths, so that you don't have to deal with it as an army, which would absolutely wreck your shit. But that also means you'd probably have to fight at least one of them, like in person, and yeah, stuff like that. I want these systems to interweave together, not be separate from one another. I want one to be able to affect the other. I want players on ground to be able to do huge things for the warfare effort. So when the war army comes in, they have more of a clean sweep, shit like that. What else is on my checklist? Working on stat blocks. Yeah, last time I was prepping, I did a deep dive on Halo Wars and just other Halo games of different classifications of aliens. By that I mean like you have your Spec Ops and your Rangers, but then you also have like the Storm rank, which I'm just directly translating to if you're a Storm version of something, like a Storm Grunt, like this, you're going to have electricity-themed weapons, obviously, like, you know, the shock rifle, and maybe a couple feats that modify your ability to use those weapons. I also have a Brute variant. One thing I wanted to work on was a Storm Brute, but also the Jump Pack Assault Brutes, because that was always one of my favorite things when they start... like, much like a bumblebee, these things are way too fucking big to be flying around, but yeah, there they go. It's having a time. I also wanted to make, much like I have a troop of grunts, which is like almost like a grunt swarm, where they're resistant to like single target damage, but weak to area effect damage, and they otherwise attack in like an AoE rather than individual attacks. I want to make the more dangerous versions of those for the different races, like a brute pack, which is cool. It's cool from a gameplay standpoint, but there's also a bit of like me trying to cheat a little bit, because combat can get very easily bogged down with, especially when you're making a Halo encounter, because when you're thinking Halo, you're like, yeah, you want heaps of enemies, you want to constantly be like gunning down whole squads and blowing them up with your grenades. That's all well and good and very cool. Very difficult to do when you have 50 grunts on the field and you have to make movement actions instead. It's a nightmare. So having 10 grunts be represented by a single swarm or troop makes my life so much easier. So doing the same with things like brutes, things like elites would be cool as well. Because that means I can, like, you can have a drop pod or like a phantom show up with just a single troop, and there you go. That's basically almost like a boss fight in and of itself. That's hella dangerous. Because single brute, CR2, a whole pack of them is probably going to be anywhere from CR7 to CR8. So that's going to be fun. One thing I wanted to do is probably make a new version of the Jackal, which is just the Jackal Major, because I need a middle ground for the Jackals, because the minor Jackals are cool, and all their abilities make them very survivable, but they still only have 17 hit points that die in a single hit. So having a slightly more armored Jackal with slightly more hit points and a better shield, that's nice. So this one's CR1, the Ultra is CR7, so this guy's probably going to be CR4 when I flush him out. And then I also want to make a squad of Jackals, which it seems like a no-brainer, because they can do like a phalanx maneuver. They're all working together in a squad of 10, so that's probably going to be CR5 or 6, probably CR6. Just because I like that number for that, I don't know. That's CR5, this guy's CR3, yeah, I like that. And then you could throw an entire squad or troop of jackals at the party with a single ultra, and that's your squad leader. There you go. I also have... I guess I don't really need to flush these out, and this is kind of a spoiler, but this is a Halo Starfinder game, obviously. One thing I thought was interesting, and I wrote into the campaign and the lore, is discovering aliens and creatures from just the Starfinder mythos and like alien archive books. So you have like the Migo, which is technically not exclusive to Starfinder. That is like an eldritch horror, essentially. Same with the Grey. These are little gray men, you know, that every conspiracy theorist goes after. Also thought it'd be fun to introduce stuff like trolls. Oh, some other things I thought would be cool to introduce from Starfinder. I guess they're with my alien archive. Brain collector. Funnily enough, this is a enemy that I have tried to use in at least 3 separate campaigns, but every time I'm like, I start teasing to the players like, oh, there's spooky stuff going on, or maybe, you know, like people are going missing, or maybe like someone was found without their fricking brain in their head. My party fully steers away from it and goes the complete opposite direction and completely ignores that entire plot thread. So maybe this time I can have a brain collector villain, or at least a minor one. Mountain eels, that seems obvious, just because that's just an animal. Just having nice animals. Those are really easy to write into the Halo universe. Things that are harder are like magical beasts. I've had to make made a bit of excuses of like the Forerunners either discovered, made, or found, or whatever, many different races to study. And you may encounter some of these races, like the Plasmalisk, which is a basilisk that shoots plasma out of its mouth like a laser. Which hits as hard as a fireball. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's fun. Oh no, it is in fact a fireball. That is an explosive. Cool. Yeah, I like that. Other things include, you know, I really like the Nyasa Laura from Alien Archive, which is just the sonic dinosaur. Gotta have a sonic dinosaur. Oozes seemed like another fun thing to introduce just because it's just animated matter of some kind. But one thing that I touched upon briefly was in my deep dive of Halo, they have many different dimensions. So it gives you an opportunity to introduce things like outsiders. Maybe not going as far as demons and devils, but outsiders. For plants is another one. That's definitely spoilers. Don't look at that. Don't look at it. Undead, that was another thing that would be cool, I think, to introduce into the Halo universe. I just think it has to be done maybe right. Because there are some that definitely can be easily introduced, like Adrift Dead, for example, is just someone who has died in the place where faster than light travel happens, and their body has been warped and twisted by the energies of that place, and then they come out again semi-incorporeal, and the ability to inflict terrible molecular bond-ripping damage to people. They like become infused with the plane of, and Starfinder would be the drift. And Halo, I guess it would be slip space. But it makes sense. People dying in slip space. Becoming an undead, maybe. A dead-ass ghost, though. I'm not sure if there's any canon references to ghosts in Halo, but fuck it. It could be maybe not a ghost in the ethereal sense, maybe a ghost in the digital sense. Could stretch it in that kind of way. Marooned one was another one I was looking at introducing, because that's someone who's fucking died in space, and I definitely wanted to have a scene at some point of like the PCs going up exploring some sort of wreck or some kind, a big nice dungeon map or something like that, finding horrors inside. Oh, my music ended again. It's asking me if I'm still listening. Yes. I don't think I've stopped listening to the music. Thank you. What else? What else? I have... Ah! You know what it is that I haven't done yet? I need... Yeah, okay. I was going to use this hover pod here as a template. I just don't even need it duplicated. For Brute Chopper. I need a Brute Chopper. It is a highly requested vehicle. Water? No, it is a land vehicle. That provides cover. Has a no passengers, a single complement. Yeah, and then looking at the stats is just as easy as going. And then this is its weight, its width, its dimensions, its top speed. Which one do I want? The Bulroki Workshop Attack Bike. That's probably what I want. One thing I really like about Halopedia is how all of their art assets are pretty transparent. So I don't have to go in and remove the background. I can just simply go vehicles and drag and drop. Ta-da! Doesn't have any weapons on it. That's a shame. Let's fix that. What does it have? It has a... Where's your top speed? These things usually list the top speed. Maybe this one does. Maximum speed of about 46 miles per hour. But if you boost, it'd be driven up to about 75 miles per hour. Which one of these metrics do I want to use? Because it doesn't have... Yeah, I guess I want probably the 75 miles an hour. Make it a little bit faster than the 30 feet, because why not? Make it a little bit more difficult to pilot, because it's a big fucking big wheel. Where is my music, dog? I rely upon you to make the void of space not empty. I don't like that one. That doesn't... I don't think that's actually royalty free. Get out of here. Very good. Okie dokie. Yeah, okay. So when I get back from my snack break, I will work on some of the warfare stat blocks, or some of the basic bitch. Like the first 3 or 4 armies that you'd probably encounter. Maybe bounce through some NPCs. Flush that out. Okay. I will carry you over to the intermission screen. It looks like this. Yeah. I guess I want to use the game capture, don't I? It's like, so it doesn't pick up something on my desktop by accident. You never know these days. He's gonna try and steal your information. No? Oh, doesn't want to do that. There you go. Okay, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Guess who's back? Back again. Sadie's back. Tell a friend. I really hate how, in order to switch... Oh god, that seems loud. In order to switch the stream to a different thing, I have to, like, start and stop it again. I don't see a setting that just lets me change what it is I am streaming that I have seen. Oh, I think I just found the button. Nope, yeah, I found it. I'm stupid. Although, it does... I don't know, I guess it complicates things if I switch midway, but whatever. I was planning on maybe playing Helldivers because it's updated again, because we finished off them fucking bugs, man. Have you heard about that shit, Pierce? Fucking... If we claim whatever objective it is they set before us, apparently we get to unlock the mech suit. And I want it. I want it real bad. Okay. It is time to start from scratch. Now I'm using Pathfinder 2E. Warfare rules. That's because they're a lot more streamlined than any first edition rules. I just added back an old rule of the size, army size. Army size isn't a thing in the default 2E army rules. But I thought it was important to add on. All it is like a modifier to the level of an army based on how many units are in it. In 1E it was very severe. It's like for every step it was like 2 less level. So you couldn't have a small army of like basic bitch enemies. You'd have to be like at least like 300 or 400 people in order to qualify as like even a level 1 army. Which made sense in things like Kingmaker and stuff because you had civilians and access to thousands of people in your towns or whatever. In this, with personnel being as limited as it is, I had to not just like increase what qualifies as like a size of squad, like it medium being 100 in the default rules. I made it 50 now. I had to reduce the penalties so I could have a small group of Ungoys still qualify as a capable army because, you know, they have squad tactics, they have firearms, you know, etc., etc. And it just, you know, just because I can. If you can't make it work, make it work. Music is so much spookier than the others. Yeah, it's really easy to put this all together. So this is going to be counts as an army of primarily Ungoy Majors, essentially. Ungoy Majors, CR2. So for a level 1 army, we'd only need 25 of them, which would be about... If you're translating that into, like, not warfare terms, that's 2 squads, at least. 2 squads plus maybe, like, 5 extra grunts, which could be, you know, some special grunts. So you'd have the 2 squads that would represent the other rank and file guys, and then you could have more specialized troops for, you know, the fun of it. As I think in specializing and having a lot of different grunt types, because there are a lot of different grunt types, it keeps them from being like, oh, they're that basic bitch rank and file enemy that you can just pop, like, they are chaff, but they're chaff that's still dangerous. So we just go through this making armies by level. A level 1 army has 7 scouting, which is essentially like a perception skill, which they can use to, in combat, it's used for initiative and a number of other things. Out of combat, scouting is a skill that you can use to send an army to, scout, do reconnaissance for you, come back with information of what is going on in an area without you having to directly go do it yourself. They have a DC of 15. Consumption. Probably multiply. Oh, no, it's half of a medium army, so that would be inspired. I won't edit the description for now. I'll just leave that blank. Working at speed here. They have an AC of 16. Their maneuvering is probably going to be higher than their morale. There's only two, these are like their skills and their saving throws all at once. There's only 2 of them, maneuver and morale. Morale is a thing that grunts are not famous for. So between the high save and the low save, this is going to become the low save, which is 4, and the maneuvering comes the 10 save. They at least know how to navigate a battlefield, what they're trained to do. They then have an attack bonus of +9, but I like having like a high attack and a low attack, so you have their plasma pistols. It's going to be their +9 attack. And their close combat weapons is going to be that -4, so +5. And there you have it. Minus these tactics here. Bam. Those are grunts. Done and simple. Which is what I really like about this system compared to 1E, where you'd have a lot of little different bits that would be added and tracked, and that with this it leans more on the abstract, which is where I think I do a lot of my best work. They have 4 hit points. You'll notice the weapons don't have any like damage listed, because as I said before, all you have to do is succeed on an attack roll. 17 + 9, yeah. So hitting itself, that would do 17 + 9. That would actually be a critical hit because it'd hit the AC +10, so that would do 2 damage to it, and then it would go to 4, so that's reduced your army to half health. Relatively easy to kill an army, but what perhaps an army of Ungoi would have to their advantage is if they're being attacked in, say, a keep, or like in the outpost, they can shore up in the outpost, using it as a bonus to their cover, to their armor class, like cover. Making them a bit of a pain if they're entrenched. At this level, they would get a single tactic. Tactics are just like other ways that they can fight or do things, and they have like a list here of ones that they can do. They can also have gear, which gear can be anything from having better armor, better weapons, having additional weapons that they can attack with. Maybe they might have, for example, one thing I was thinking you could give like a squad of Marines is just like a single per combat use rocket launcher that does 2 damage instead of 1 on a single hit, or 4 on a crit, for example. Or yeah, then there's tactics, which useful in numbers of ways. Where are those? Where's that list? Oh, do I have to like navigate to a different hyperlink that's just not obvious? No? Okay, yeah, I have to find them. Tactics. Sweet, thank you. So these vary from things from having like a squad to be ambush experts, or in the case of like the UNSC ground forces, they have a tactic called Bloodied but Unbroken, which represents, how they're always getting their shit kicked but always bouncing back. When it is dropped to half its hit points, it gets a bonus to armor class, mobility, morale, and attack rolls. If the squad is brought to a high enough level, the bonus doubles. I don't see that happening, but it could, you know. They also have grenades and straight up die hard, because leaning into that theme of like they're really hard to take out despite being really low tier units. With these guys, they're probably gonna have some sort of tactic that leans into the fact that they're little crybabies. Trying to find one that particularly fits. Some of them are pretty silly. If I didn't want to give them, if I wanted to keep them simple, what I could simply do is make their route threshold slightly higher, so they only have to take 1 damage before they start making morale saving checks. That's a fun way to little flavor them already. I don't think grunts have dark vision. I think simply them having grenades is enough to make them a nightmare. I don't know if I specified that this is supposed to be like only once per combat, but that's fine. So yeah, I'm just gonna stick with this. This is everything I need it to be to represent Ungoy being Ungoy. I can remove the brackets to represent that. It's basically done. Two squads worth of grunts led by either a brute or elite or a command squad of several higher ranking grunts. Next, what would be the most effective one to probably do? I like the idea of Jackal Army. Yeah, let's work on that one. Jackals are CR... What? Going off a bunch of Jackal Majors, for example. Let's see. Or... yeah. 10 Jackals is a CR2 army. They're all major rank. Which means if they're at least of major rank, Where are they? Jackals. Jackals. This would differ from a squad of jackals, because this is a bunch of CR1 minor rank jackals in a big cohesive unit. So I would actually deploy these as yeah, okay. Individuals, yes. I'm probably gonna keep, maybe not keep mercenary tactic. 8. Actually, I'm probably gonna keep mercenary tactics on these guys. That seems like just fitting for the banished as they are, but I'm gonna remove voice of command. And rather than grenades, they're going to have aligned shields as a gear option. Aligned shields is probably going to be something like gain a +4 bonus to cover against a chosen army until the state's in action. As a single action, gain a +4 bonus to cover against a chosen target army until the start of their next turn. If the chosen target would, to define, once per round, when the chosen target would deal damage to the jackal army, reduce that damage by 1. Ta-da. Oh, I'm just realized I'm still in the fucking, there we go. Haha. Wish I had known that was still up. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so we have the jackal army here. They have the ability to do what jackals do. Perfect. I left mercenary tactics in there just because I thought it would be fun if they had some extra tricks up their sleeve, because jackals are known to be annoying. Or, ooh, wait. I can see a very easy way to, if rather than doing that, I could just take the mercenary tactics and apply them to skirmishers. That looks actually really good for skirmishers. Dirty fighting, false retreat, feint, counterattack. I think I'll do that. First. What are their stats at level 2? A level 2 army has +8 scouting, which I will increase by 2 because they are jackals, and it would make sense that they are a bit more perceptive than your average army. An armor class of 18, which I'm going to leave at 22 actually, because they have their shields, which actually I might leave it 20. It's a bit more reasonable, because then they have aligned shield, which is an extra +2 on top. So a total of +4 from what it should be. It means they have the armor class of an 8th level army when they align their shields against you. Good lord. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. They have the armor class of a 6th level army. Yeah, it's not so bad. Still, good. Their high save is probably going to be their maneuvering as well, which is going to be +11. Their morale is going to be +5. I might actually take this down to 9 and increase this to 7, make them a bit more balanced, but still more maneuverable than they are, filled with vigor to die in combat. Their attack bonus is +11, so there's a +11 to hit. Their close combat weapons will have +9. And there you have it. removing this. Rather than remove it, I'm just going to copy paste this and then remove it. Duplicate. Now I can remove this. There you have a jackal field line. What we'll call that. Because I think that's what the old Covenant term for a like a squad essentially is, a line. And then if I wanted to make skirmishers, all I have to do is go leave their scouting up, reduce their AC back down to 18, bring their maneuverability back to 11, bring this back down to 5, and then leave mercenary tactics. Yeah, 2 different armies. We'll call this a skirmisher. Skirmish pack. Bam. That means I can just delete this one. That's really left over. Awesome. Bonded hunter, pair. No, okay, this is going to be a fun one. Because by the rules I've put together, it only takes 2 hunters to be a CR6 army, which is pretty much higher rank than any other infantry that they have available. CR6 army stats have a scouting of 14, an armor class of 24, what's gonna be fun about them is I'm just gonna take this aligned shield ability I just made, which is gonna give them a potential +4 to their armor class, and just give that to them. That's funny. They have the fusion cannon, which has a bonus to hit of +17. But they're gonna have the exact same bonus in their close combat weapons. But the fusion cannon is going to deal an extra damage on a successful hit against any vehicle. Sorry. Bam. And oh yeah, their stats, their saving throws. Their morale is going to be ridiculous. What is that? It's going to be 17. Their maneuverability is going to be 11. And their route threshold is going to be really low. They have a lot of staying power. Tanky as shit, and they hit like a fucking brick house. Plenty. Oh, I forgot the saving throws. Some of these have different saves. Shield line has a saving throw of 16, not 20. for the standard DCs for things like to interact with the squad, like if you're as like a commander making a morale check, or trying to boost the morale, or like you're trying to recruit them. This would be the DC that you'd use for that. So theoretically, with this DC, you can recruit your own bonded pair of hunters into your army. If you meet one that's in the market, I guess. These guys are also DC 16. What next? Probably the Brutes. TR4 Army. 11 Scouting. DC 19. How many? It's a bunch of Brute Miners. So, to make a CR4 army, oh, no. Okay, no, yeah. These have to be primarily Brute Majors, then. Chosen Warriors. And... Yeah, okay. Doing math in my head. So in order to make a CR4 army of level 5s, we would need 25 of them. That'd be 25 CR5 enemies that my party would have to potentially fight if they wanted to fight them on the field. That's too many. So I might reduce this to a CR3 army. So I can only have 10 of them. Which is fine. Because they're still going to have plenty of abilities and staying power, I'm sure. DC 18. Get these out. They have Ravagers. What's going to be fun about them is I'm going to make their melee better than their ranged. But this is going to be plus 12, this is going to be plus 10. Are there any better tactics I could give them? Yeah, toughen soldiers. Toughen soldiers is an easy one. This is a very simple tactic that just increases its hit point maximum by 1. Copy paste. So now we have a 5 hit point army rather than a 4 hit point army. What else? What else? Keep up the pressure? What's that one? No, not that one. Focused devotion, flexible tactics, field triage, defensive tactics, cavalry exits, bloodied but unbroken. I need something that like represents. Oh, yeah, I found it. Okay. They're going to gain a tactic. Get rid of their grenades. This grenade is called Merciless. Oh, I'll just... Merciless. This army is difficult to escape from. The army's mobility DC gains a +2 status bonus when other armies attempt mobility checks against it while attempting to disengage. This army can use all-out assault tactical war options. That is enough flavor for me aren't giving it to them. That's just a simple bit of flavor. I believe the all-out war action is like they take a AC penalty, but they gain a bonus to hit, which is exactly what a berserker does. So perfect. What else? AC is 19, not 22. High save is probably going to be their morale. Low save is going to be maneuvering. And there you have it. Okay. So I now have the bare bones necessary to not just have base building, but now have base building with warfare intertwined. Because these armies would be stationed at bases, they would be garrisoned in them. These places have bonuses. So for a basic base can hold, looks like, a single army. A level 2 base can hold 4, a level 3 base can hold 6. That's just like as far as like entrenching, because armies can be fortified inside structures inside these bases, gaining bonuses to their armor class, making them more difficult to hit. They can't be like knocked around. They get bonuses to morale checks just because they're entrenched, obviously. So attacking a keep with 4 armies in it would be difficult because it's 4 armies plus 4 AC. It's a bit of a bitch. But they can also be destroyed. Now, the thing I have to consider is that I've kind of messed myself up here a little bit with the fortification types. Yeah, okay, so what I mean by example is I just have to now define... Oh, hang on. Oh, oops, I was muted. So I am making a table, a quick table, just to block out the statistics for the bases, because you can attack a base physically, like with your actual weapons as a player, or as an army, you can attack a base. So I have to kind of make a way to translate that, which I think I'm gonna kind of lean on the heavier side than what it lists in the 2E rules. But it's essentially going to be, there's level 1 to level 3, and just in case, we'll have things like a tower. That is a fortification that you may come across, of course. A wall of stone, a wall of steel, because you can have just like a freestanding wall, and that be something that you can place someone on. And then the last column is going to be max army garrison. How many people you can garrison there, or how many armies? Walls you can garrison 2. Tower you can do 1. A level 1 fortress is 2. This is going to be 4. This is going to be 6. Wow, I'm burning through music. Let me just restart this playlist. AC. Level 3 is going to have, actually going to, to increase the AC that you need to hit them. It's going to be 20, 20, 25, 30. And they're going to get way more hit points. So this is going to be 5. 10, 15. Tower has 2. I actually think it'd be fun if a tower had 3. Round up. Stone walls have 3. You'll have 6. 20. 25. There you have it. So now, if you want your army to destroy a level 1 outpost, you have to deal 5 hit points of damage to something with 20 armor class. Easier said than done, but possible even with just a bunch of Marines, really. It's possible to destroy a fortification, but only with the use of siege armies. If a fortification... Oh, no, you can't. You need to use siege equipment or something that could deal damage to it. Gotcha. Marines have grenades, though. They could use grenades to deal at least 1 to 2 damage. If a fortification is destroyed, all armies that were fortified within lose that condition and increase their shaken condition value by 1. Typical AC and HP values for fortifications against siege attacks are listed below, along with how many armies each can contain. Yeah, okay. Oh, I can't just group align all this stuff. I hate that. It used to be a thing where you could just highlight an entire table and align everything to the center so it looks all nice and neat. But now I have to do one at a fucking time, and I just... One day more. One more day. Come on now. John Smith, welcome. He made it. He's here, everybody. The man has finally arrived. Okay. That looks nice. Okie dokie. So now that we have skirmishers, brutes, jackals, ungoi, hunters, I think just getting the elites and the jackals down is gonna be important. Yeah. So this is a squad of how many? I need to go like this. There we go. I have to cycle back and forth like that. Are we going to see the horse squad again? Oh, is that your question? Yeah, dude. Act 2. Assuming you guys live to Act 2, I have the full intention of reintroducing pretty much every NPC that you guys met in the prologue back again to the campaign over time. Absolutely. With these elites, I think I just have to go take mercenary tactics. And replace focused devotion with mercenary tactics, and Bob's your uncle. You look forward to it? I look forward to it too. I accidentally... Oh, PNG tuber crashed. Oh. I'm not surprised. We can just close that, I guess. It was fun while it lasted. No, I'll reopen it. It adds something to everything going on here. Oh, look, the thing broke. Back to the chroma key, please. Thank you. There we go. Hello? Hello? Yeah, there we go. Oh no, it changed the sensitivity settings. Ugh, I hate that. If I was a player, what mech would I use? That's a really good question. I have thought about it a lot, and I don't know, man. Yeah, let me take a look right now. I have ComCon open in another tab just right next to what I'm doing. I probably shouldn't have closed that encounter, but I've left the encounter open all week just so I could like not lose the progress, but I just closed it. Whoops. Frames. I'm really partial to a lot of the ISBN frames. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they're just not as popular as I wish they were sometimes. I'm a huge fan of the Tortuga for some reason, just because I like the idea of just shotguns. Blackbeard was another one I loved the moment I saw it. Rayleigh is another thing I'm a huge fan of. I'm glad I'd see a Rayleigh in my game. And also like the Harrison Armory mechs. I really love. I'm a huge fan of like balanced mechs, things that can like do a lot of things very well and lack any real significant. So like the Sherman is another one I really like. And there's some from like the other various weird ones. Good Guide to Liminal Space and stuff like that. That had... Oh! Okay, if I had a hard answer, one single mech, it's the Scheherazade from Grim and Sons. I don't know why, but just the entire aesthetic of the mech, it's like a mirror mech. It's only size half. I absolutely love it. It seems really fun to play. It is the Uno reverse card. No You mech. All it really does is everyone around you will become jammed, and it can place mines for free. At the start of the scene, before any turns are taken, the Scheherazade can place up to 3 mines within range 50. These mines cannot be placed adjacent to or within their own blast of any character. At the end of the scene, remove any undetonated mines deployed by Scheherazade. For each of those mines, the Scheherazade regains 1 limited charge for the system that deployed it. So she's a controller that likes mines and lock on and stun and jamming, among other things. God, now you got me to think about Lancer, man. Actually, I was thinking about making this stream my Lancer prep stream, but I realized that if I'm sharing the stream with my Lancer players, it would spoil a lot of what I have planned for Act 2, which I'm not ready to do yet, so I could spoil a little bit since you're here. So this is my special gift for tuning in to my setup. This is all I'm gonna spoil for you. You ready? Hang on, I can only do this for 20 seconds, or else I'm probably gonna get copyright stricken for whatever. Let me know, Sausage Maker. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get copyright struck for whatever music I'm about to play on stream. I'll have to do it quick. This is the new main menu for Act 2 of No Room for a Wallflower. No Room for a Wallflower, Once in a Lullaby. That is the working title for Act 2. I thought it was very, very good when I came up with it. I'm very proud of it. It sounds mysterious. Dreamlike, even. That's what I was going for. It's the art you've been seeing the whole time, every time you guys have logged in, but now it's the main title theme. And one thing I thought was fun about it is that I reused pretty much every light that's on this scene. And one thing I thought was fun is that the evil red glow of Beggar One's eye here has become the evil red glow of the red moon in the distance. It's just a little thing that I thought was very good. I like it. But yeah, all like these burning fires became the torch lights of the thrusters, and there's a couple like there's a blue glow that comes from Patience that's kind of hidden behind this. I snuck that into this cockpit, so now it kind of gives it a more natural blue glow in this space, which kind of makes it like I can remove the light off of the scene and still have that blue glow there, just because that's what that image is drawn to have, but adding the blue glow makes it actually kind of like flicker, and yeah, it's just nice. It makes my brain go yes. You know what, I am feeling a little flavorful. One thing I will spoil for you as well, friend. I've been working on colony management, and I have a colony management system for Lancer now. I've based it loosely on the Kingmaker system for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but I've simplified it using clocks. There are technically 9 stats that your colony will have: culture, economy, loyalty, stability, corruption, crime, strife, and decay. These ones counter each other. So if you have a point of corruption and a point of culture, that's like accuracy, it neutralizes itself. If you have more corruption than culture, then you have a penalty. If you have more culture than corruption, you have a bonus, which is when you roll d6s, you just take the higher of them. You have unrest, which is like a penalty to all of these, which is easier to get rid of, but easier to get. These things are more permanent stats that need to be resolved from things. You have resources, which are your... It represents labor as much as it does like bare bones resources, or various things like buildings and whatnot. And you have material, which is more advanced materials, which you need like to actually get. Like, this is a passively generated resource. This you need to go out and get and find sources of. Which feeds into, there's a building system now as well, which is more themed on, I don't know if you've seen how they do buildings in the Wrath of the Righteous game that they did for Pathfinder First Edition by Owlcat Games, but they kind of tweaked the system in a lot of ways that I like, so I stole some of those, and one of those ways is like having like a location be its own little grid square map that you can fill out with buildings over time. Where is that scene? That's the scene. Yeah, so this is Michael Fields. This drawn in areas, how many spaces you can build in. It already has some pre-constructed buildings. It has a city center, a ranger base. There's the hall where Endeavor lives. There's housing. Some of this is going to be like broken when you guys get the colony, and it's going to be like there's a housing crisis you need to fix by building more housing. The geothermal power plant is damaged, and maybe as you guys build, won't be able to support the growing city, because you have like this place's population is like tripled pretty much overnight, so you guys have to kind of deal with that. There might be illness and plague that you may have to build like a hospital or other things for. And all of these buildings can in some way affect your stats. For example, if you guys have high unrest, you guys can build a house that immediately reduces your unrest by 1. I'm curious as to what the greater political ramifications of this crisis are. I wonder how long it will take for Union to get involved. Real talk? Your character would actually probably even know this. The moment that Union may or may not have detected some sort of fuckery going on the Omninet, because that was Beggar One's first plan, was to go on the Omninet and just start downloading the Omninet, and then that was shut down pretty much immediately. That means it was detected, and the only people who would detect it were Union. So chances are they have a vague idea that something not good is happening out here, and they're probably already on their way. How long that takes in space, with relative travel or non-relative travel, who fucking knows? But could be a month, could be a year, who knows? Yeah. I don't think I have anything else I want to boil just yet. Oh yeah, that's everything. This section of my entire VOD will probably have to be removed because risk of rain music, but whatever. We go back to the setup. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Since I have the bare bones I need for excuse me, the warfare system to work, I'm just gonna make a handful of NPCs, I think. That was the last thing I kind of wanted to do. Which is basically mostly just some variants on some of the pre-existing aliens. Like, for example, having a proper suicide grunt. Oh, I might have to be right back. My Amelia just got home. Yep, there's my dog, letting me know that someone's home. One sec. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Nice transition. I like that transition. Okay. Get this grunt. Just so many grenades. Just so many. Weapon. Ammo. These ones, yeah. I think 4 is a reasonable number. Right? 4 seems pretty reasonable. Plus 10 to throw those grenades. Okay. Then we're just gonna add like standard. This is how I'm gonna theme this ability as a standard action. the grunt and... Oh, hang on. I'm going to preface this after. Contains a modified... what is it called? Methane tank. The grunt explodes in a 10-foot burst, dealing 2d10 damage. DC, what is the reflex save? Would be DC 16. Okie dokie. And we're just going to say initiate self-destruct. Activating all grenades. Person for one glorious explosive death. This deals damage as listed above. However, for each grenade the grunt has on its person, the damage increases by 2d10 plus 2, and the burst size increases by 5 feet. Ta-da! Very simple. Oh, I have to define how it works after the fact. So, the grunt explodes 1d4 rounds after it has triggered this effect, or it can trigger it itself as a standard action. We'll give him 1d4 plus 1 rounds. Give him enough time, at least 2 rounds to run. So it'd be, he'd get a turn after he activated it. Or I guess the turn he activates it on. Then the turn after that. And then at the end of that turn, he explodes. Yeah, okay. He'll never explode on immediately after he activates it. He'll explode at least a round later. At the end. So, worst case scenario, a grunt with all of its grenades remaining would deal 10d10 plus 8 damage. Halved, the DC is relatively low. It's only basic reflex 16. Might actually just keep that at DC 15. Just because that is nice and even. And slightly a bit more forgiving. I'm just thinking about, like, at 5th level, you're bound to have at most I say on average, like a +4, +5 reflex save. So that leaves it odds of 50-50. Yeah, that's okay. Gotta name it something appropriate too. Live forever. He doesn't need anything really fancy as far as weapons go, so I'll replace his disruptor pistol with a plasma pistol. What are the... Yes. What are these stats? Of a third level creature. His hit point should be around 40, which is hilarious. I think. Actually, I'll use the calculator method. I really don't like using the Starfinder array that they suggest for making creatures. It's really quite boring. But I like actually kind of stacking things out a little bit. This guy's gonna have 14 hit points per level times 3 is 42 plus the 4. He has 46. I came back downstairs again. He said he was stealing my dice because he's playing D&D. Just on his own. Good for him. Okay, so this fucking nerd needs some kind of assurance that he's not going to get shot in the face immediately and die. So I'm not going to bother changing his armor. I'm just going to increase his armor class by 2. 16, 15. Not 26. Oh my god. Could you imagine? Go ahead. Just try and kill this grunt. Do it. And, yeah, there you go. Suicide grunt. Oh, do you know what I'll give him, though? He should have more grenadier. Like, he's going to be a grenadier until he dies. If I go feats, I can give him cook grenade. That's a fun one, because if he rolls a 1, he'll just explode. But that would give his grenade DC a bonus. His grenade DC is 4, 5, 6, 7, 17. Yike. DC 17. And then he can make it DC 19. Oh no, his DC is 18 because of Grenade Master. Oh wow, this fucking grunt. It's gonna suck, man. That means I might actually tank its hit points by about 10. Break it down to 36. Because I'm also going to increase this DC by 1 again. Make him slightly less will to live in return for just being a goddamn nightmare. There you have it. Sungro. Complete. You need some sort of art to make sure you can tell the difference. Dude, this guy. That guy looks like he doesn't want to live very long. Look at that. Yeah, look at that dude. Does that look like a dude who wants to live for a long time? Hell no. Okay, what other ones did I want to introduce right away? I want a grunt storm. I wanted to be CR4, not CR5. CR5 is too round a number for a grunt. Armor class should be about this. It'll gain a bonus. It's fortitude, it's reflex, and it's will. Its base skill 4, 5, 6, 7. Base skill bonus is 7. Increase your dexterity. Increase your intelligence a bit. You need piloting, that's important for every grunt. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. Stealth is going to be also 11. Survival is 6. Perception 6. Engineering is 9. Computers is 9. I'm going to give him a +2 bonus to these 2 bonus, like electronic warfare and engineering. And then I'm just going to give him a skill, like as if he had skill focus in piloting, 14. Because I like grunts having good piloting, because just putting them in a vehicle makes them suddenly all the more dangerous. The hit points he should have is around 50, but if I do my math right, 14 times 4 plus 4 is 60. So he's actually going to have slightly more than the average of his level. He will have, even though he shouldn't, I'm going to give him good armor. It's 1 level higher than the armor level he should have. That means he has really good armor class. Wow. Yeah, okay. His armor class is actually going to be 19. It's higher than it should be at this level. And 18. Look at this little guy go. He's actually going to be pretty annoying. Because he has a disruptor pistol, which is the one that cracks your shield, has a really good range, and he has shock grenades. There is a feat that's only on the Archives of Nethys as well, that caters to people who use arc weapons. What is that? Gear, class, rules. Feats. Not bad feats. Arc. Right. Search. Find. For electric. No? Swear there was. Where is it? I think I gave it to one of my jackals. Jackal Storm. Storm Jackal. Yeah, it's right there. Electric arc. I think it's a soldier thing. When you hit a target with a weapon with a shock category, electricity arcs from your original target to deal electricity damage. Yeah, what is that? Is that a soldier gear boost? Oh, it's a soldier gear boost. Yeah, okay. Equal to the weapon's level. Weapon level of a disruptor pistol is 13. That's a little too high for my liking. It's gonna be now 8. So now, when he hits with his disruptor pistol, which does have +2 level bonus damage, 3d6 plus. Wait, why does it do d6s? Hang on. My disruptor pistols are not statted right. Or at least I think I changed it since then. This one. It should be d12s. Yeah, it's a d12 pistol. There we go. +2, which is half its level. There you go. A d12 +6. So not incredibly high damage output, but the fact that it can arc its damage around without needing to roll a crit is pretty annoying. And that's, I think, the design key to making grunts. They shouldn't be devastating unless it's like a heavy grunt with like a plasma grenade launcher or something. They should be annoying. They should be something that if you don't deal with, they're just going to be left to their own devices to do their shitty little goblin thing, and by the end of that, you're probably going to be miserable. Or you can deal with them first and get them over with. That's my design philosophy on grunts. And he's going to have... Each one's going to have 3 shock grenades. So I hope you don't like having shields, because you're not going to have shields. Okay, I think what would be nice now is having a grunt. The Grunt Ranger and the Grunt Spec Ops are essentially the same thing, and I like the art of the Ranger better, so I'm just going to delete the Spec Ops. Not quite there, as far as picking up when I'm talking properly. I wonder why that is. Do I have to reduce its sensitivity more? Yeah. Yeah, okay. It has to be a lot more sensitive. Is that better? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Sweet. Alright. Ranger is essentially a well-armored with the 2nd level Aztec suit. So he has a base 5, he's gonna have this, he's gonna have this, he's gonna have this stat spread. That means he's also gonna have a 19 and 18 armor class. However, he's also gonna be invisible. 7. Stealth is 11, 14. Piloting. It's gonna be 11. 8 and 8. Cool. These guys get 2 grenades because fuck you. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add what their attack bonuses are. Duh. Because this is only saying +4, which is its dex bonus. It should have... Just take the low attack bonus in the creating monster list, so it should be +9. Add that to its dex. And then +13 to hit. And then add that to its shock grenade. +10 to throw a grenade. Plasma pistol. It should also be +9. This grenade throw should also be +9. Boom, boom, boom. So we're going to get rid of this. We're going to give this little bastard ambush. Ambuscade. What other feats can we give this thing for just a quick change in its general everything? Die for cover seems like a fun one. Probably something I'll give to most grunts, actually. There's a little bit of an update. I think it's funny for them to fall over. Right away, I just saw a feat that I want to give to the heavy hauler feat. Moved kip up. Laugh at danger. No. No, I think that's pretty well and good. What I think would be interesting instead would be to add, what are they called? Like, soldier class features to these guys, because they are technically soldier classes. And I could just open Ral here and go to your Blitz. Fighting style, that's what I'm looking for. This list here. Yeah, because I have Ambusher here. Or I think there's just straight up like a Ranger. Hunter. No, I probably want Ambusher for these little grunt boys. And I might not give them like abilities in order per se. I might just like pick a higher level ability just because it's better. Total against death selection, you can make 1 range attack and dex bonus. Yeah, see, like cheap shot. That's what I like. And it's a great way to make, I guess, a more flavorful character really quickly without having to design anything too much myself. But cheap shot, I definitely want to give him for sure. When you're hidden from a target or you have improved or total cover against a target as a full action, you can make 1 range attack that deals damage equal to half the dex bonus. Which occupies more of your time. Micro and counter planning, enemy setting, and macro, story beats, NPC writing, and session planning. Great question. I'd say if I'm actually like time-wise, I feel like making encounters is something I dedicate more time to, because just having your mechanical systems in order just means later down the line you have less to think of, less to do. Story beats and NPC writing, that often comes from a lot of improv that just kind of comes naturally. So I tend to work. I'll write a lot of story stuff really quickly, a lot of like loose thread notes and just like stuff that I can build upon in my own head as we're playing along. But when it comes to like mechanical stuff, I'm really bad at improvising mechanical stuff, I would say, on the fly. So I dedicate more of my free time to making sure all that stuff is in order before I throw my loose brushstrokes over things like story beats and NPCs. Yeah. Cheap shot. Do I want add villages? Villages? Yeah, sure, why not? Because it plays with ambuscade, right? Yeah, vigilance and ambuscade just synergize together to make a grunt that's good at ambushing you and being invisible and a piece of shit. It's one thing I like, it's invisible pieces of shit. Where is that? Spec Ops. Armor variant. With a simple armor upgrade, pow! Suddenly you can turn invisible for a minute. You also get a targeting computer. If you already have a cloaking field, instead triples the duration. It can be active and changes the charge rate of 1 per round. He gets a +4 bonus to his... So he's a +8. God, Grunt Ranger has a +8 initiative. Outstanding. Ta-da! Oh, his hit points. His hit points would be 14 times 4 plus 4. 60. Who else? I liked the idea of flushing out the mule right away, because that's just essentially a grunt treasure chest, if you really think about it. Relatively. But I think they have a purpose of like logistics and maintenance and whatnot, like they're actually pretty technologically proficient, so we could probably add that to a grunt as well, just for some extra flavor there, but it's pretty much all it is. A glorified treasure chest. So he's probably going to have a 2 strength, high constitution. He's going to have a lower intelligence than normal. Slightly. Oh no, he probably should have a still average intelligence. Maybe even slightly higher. Nah, not even. He's going to stay there. Because I can just give him a skill focus and yeah, he's at 10. He does need probably piloting. And athletics. 9. Athletics is going to be 7, 8. It's going to be +11 athletics. He's going to have 2 to his armor class. Probably going to have your standard pistol, but his bonus is going to change. +8 to his dex. +11 to hit. It's not bad. And then I'm gonna give him a backpack, and then I'm gonna fill the backpack full of various things. Backpack. What belongs in these things? They'll probably change every time, but I'll put like a default loadout, which you can probably find in here, like a Ravager. Something spicy, like a shock rifle. And, maybe like... I'll give you an extra grenade. He's probably gonna have like a stash of grenades on him, too. Give him 2 spike grenades to stash. And then 2 shock grenades. And yeah, there you have it. That is a grunt mule. But I was gonna add percussive maintenance because I thought that was funny. What else can I give him very quick? Oh, dive for cover. There's like a hauler? Yeah, hauler. Which doesn't really affect this guy because he doesn't actually track his carrying capacity. It's just more like for flavor of like, just so you know, this is a grunt that can carry more than your average grunt. What else? Anything? Oh, do would actually be fun. There's another feat. Barricade. As a move action, you can stack and reinforce objects that are too small or fragile to provide cover to a single adjacent square. So yeah, you can kind of cobble together his own cover. So we kind of have a grunt here that's kind of good at manipulating the environment. He can maybe haul stuff, carry stuff, throw stuff. He can smack a machine back into order. He can throw up some cover. It's kind of a way to make a laborer a bit useful. It's more valuable to the players to kill, just so they can take the shit that's on him. Pieces ready. Fuck yeah. The last few grunts I have to finish are the Grunt Imperial, which is something close to an Ultra, but is essentially like it's almost like a grunt hero. Like Imperial is specifically a grunt that has survived since the Covenant War, or has accolades from the Covenant War. So these guys are fucking badasses. And then you have a Grunt Ultra, which is almost kind of the same thing if you really think about it, because it's just a grunt that is also a badass. A Grunt Ultra probably still has stealth capabilities, I think, if I remember right, which makes him a bit of a pain, more than a Grunt Ranger. They're also just better, built different. The idea is one of these should have like more of a leadership feel, and the other one should just feel like a really good soldier, I think. It's just finding out which one should be which. And of course the Grunt Heavy, which is a no-brainer. I'm just gonna fucking slap a fuel rod gun into this boy. He can keep his pistol, but he can hold on to the fuel rods. Alright, I had this issue with Whack Whack too. Don't know why. Whack Whack being our resident grunt. I think I'm just gonna like... copy-paste Whack Whack's gun, because I know that one works. And then load the ammo into it like this. What do you mean? What do you mean there's no... You fucking lied. Don't you fucking lie to me. see it working in Whack Whack's inventory. Yeah, there we go. Okay. He will have 5 additional fuel rods, so he can shoot you up to 10 times. This is essentially a grunt that has access to 10 Pathfinder 2e fireballs, because a Pathfinder 2e fireball does 66 damage. He has 10 of them, and if you leave him to his own devices, he's just gonna sit in whatever bullshit spot he's sitting in and constantly bombard you with explosives. Now, the idea with this is that I will actively, in my own head, be generous with things like cover providing bonuses to reflex saving throws, because that's what it's supposed to do. So if you're in cover from these things, you're way better off against its reflex saving throw based attacks. If you're out in the open, you're probably a bit more fucked, because even if you succeed, you'll be taking half damage unless you're like an operative, which we do have. Yeah, Ultra Veritas would be wouldn't have to worry about something like a heavy, because you just have evasion. You're fine. There's actually a lot of cases where having evasion is just so amazing in Starfinder. It's out of control. I think that's why they give it to you so early, to really make it feel like, I don't know, badass, I guess. I honestly only think the thing I want to give the heavy is like the Bombard class features of the fighting style. Which I should back to here. Fighting style. Bombard. Shock and awe. Shock and awe doesn't work with explosives, it works with sonic weapons. Sad. Bombard. This guy needs to be significantly stronger. I really like debilitating attack here. Because it means that a grunt heavy should have 3 resolve. Or I guess 2 resolve. Which means he could potentially stabilize or even come back to consciousness if he doesn't use his resolve, but if it chooses to use its resolve. Which I should give it 3 then. It's a little +1. It means that potentially that when it hits you with its fuel rod gun, it can spend one of its resolve to either deafen you, flatfoot you, or make you off target, or to reduce your speed by half to a minimum of 10 feet. That's a really amazing effect for a grunt to have, I think, for making him feel more like that combat role of being just a fucking annoying. And there you have it. Grunt heavy. That just leaves the Grunt Ultra and the Grunt Imperial, but I'm gonna go grab some pizza, because there's pizza ready. I'll be right back. Send you back to the be right back screen. My intermission screen. I think it looks very nice. Okay, I'll be back. I returned. My dog has followed me. I have pizza.
Go to bed.
Thank you. Little dog. Okay. I have here. I just thought of something. First of all, you know what? I was just thinking I should make a grunt ranger an operative, but operatives are complex, and I have to make like no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna leave it as is. Never mind. Imperial. I think the grunt ultra is the one I want to make like a grunt leader. So the grunt imperial is going to be like a fully flushed out soldier. Like some of these just have bits and pieces from a soldier class. No. This is going to be dead ass a 6th level soldier in pretty much every sense of the word. He's going to have amazing dexterity, high constitution, high strength. His intelligence will be 0. His charisma is 2. His intelligence is +2. This is a veteran of a war. He's going to have 5 resolve. Every single grunt imperial has 5. These are going to be the grunts that just won't stay dead. You're going to fucking drop them to 0 hit points, and then it's going to get back up again and stick you with a grenade. Just out of spite. The gruntiest grunts to ever grunt. Oh, am I still in the... I'm still in the... Still on the screen. Aha, there we go. Welcome back. What? They're gonna have a fighting style, they're gonna have gear boosts, and probably a couple combat feats. Is where my head is at. I like the idea of them having mobility as a combat feat. Gear boosts. I'm gonna make them 7th level, and I'm gonna make Grunt Ultras 6th level. You think the Ultra would be the strongest, but no. So this is gonna be 12 plus 3 is the base hit points times 7 is 105 plus 4 is 109. 109 hit point grunt. That's what I like to see. His armor. He has the 3rd tier of X-Tech suit, the best grunt armor you can possibly get. His armor class being 8, 18, 17 plus his dex. 23 and 22 respectively. The grunt she tells you not to worry about. Real. Okay, where was I? I'm just gonna go to the soldier class, and I'm just gonna take its bonuses to fortitude and reflex saving throws. So we got 4, 1, 4. Plus his dex is gonna be 6, plus his fortitude is 7, plus his will is gonna be 0, but we'll give him Iron Will. There you go. So he has +6. He has a decent saving throw spread. Very nice. His base skills is going to be 10 and everything. Piloting. Intimidation, bluff. Maybe even some diplomacy. Fuck it. Athletics, acrobatics. We will look at a skilled grunt here. I'm gonna drop diplomacy. I don't think it needs diplomacy. Let me add 13, 12, 12, 15, 18. Add some skill focus to piloting, maybe? 18. Add skill synergy to this and this. And I'll give him another skill focus in athletics. We got here's a damn capable grunt. His bonuses with his weapon are gonna be, what is it at 7th level? Plus 14 to hit. Plus his dex, so plus 19 total to hit. For him. His bonus damage being his dex plus half his level, which is plus 3. Plus 8. Okay. Now for the fighting style. What fighting style did we give your Grunt Imperial? Am I blind? Blitz. Fighting style. Maybe Battle Master? That seems kind of fun. It would make him durable. I don't know how that fits the theme too well, though. It's interesting. Fourfold Tactician, Guard, Hit and Run. Mine Menace? Mine Menace. Squad. Mystic Swap? Grunts that can teleport. That's what we need. No, that one's more for like being a close combat specialist in a squad. I don't know about that. Mine Menace, though. This is fucking hilarious. And the more I think about it, the more I like the idea of this being just a scumbag who uses mines in combat.
But if I was going to do that, I wouldn't have to use a soldier fighting style. I'd make it a bit more, this is like 7 abilities to do one thing. I just make 1 ability to do one thing. Ooh. Giving them the high-level abilities of... This looks cool. When an enemy attacks before you've taken any actions in combat, you can use your quick reflexes to retaliate. As a reaction, you can spend 1 resolve point to make 1 attack with a ranged weapon you're wielding immediately against the enemy's attack. That seems fun. Maybe not all of them, but I'll give them a gear boost for sure. I think that's what I wanted. Yeah, okay. As a standard action, you make a single attack, make a double tap attack with a small arm. This attack gains a +1 bonus to the attack roll, and your bonus to damage from weapon specialization is equal to your character level rather than half your level. That means he would get a +4 bonus to his plasma pistol damage for a total of 1d10 plus 12. But I think it just uses twice as much ammunition. Yeah, he just attacks twice. Thank you. And then I gave him the plasma immolation gear boost, which means if he rolls a 19 to attack you, you catch on fire and take 1d4 fire damage as you start burning, which isn't a lot, but the plasma pistol on a hit already does like... I might make his 7th level. I mean, it's an E8. But yeah, that's a Grunt Imperial as far as I'm concerned. One more, let's go. You guys are gonna have so many grunts to fight, it's gonna be fucking ridiculous. These ones are gonna be the ones that are not only invisible, but while they're invisible, they can command the other grunts around them to better effect. Because the only thing better than a commander is an invisible commander. So I'm just gonna go to the Brute Captain and give this universal feature that is called Unit Command. Already off to a great start. I will give him double tap as well. I will give Raven, Loy. I will give this bastard a Needler. he will have 3 plasma grenades. Constant alert, probably a good one. Just lets them re-roll an initiative, and they break ties on initiative. They're paranoid little bastards. I'm almost liking that more for the Imperial, now that I think about the flavor. Yeah, I could just drag and drop this into the Imperial instead. What other little abilities can we slap into this boy? Startled scream. Oh my god, that's a thing? Oh, okay, hang on. I need to retroactively give this to so many grunts. Grunt minor, startling scream. You know what I'll do? I'll give it to the major. I'll give it to the suicide grunt. Now startling charge. Wait, what is startling charge? Oh, that's funny. When you charge as a full action, you can attempt an intimidate check to demoralize a creature within your melee reach at the end of your charge. Rather than make a melee attack if you see the check. Target is shaken, you gain +1 roll to attack. It's to resolve combat maneuvers against the target until the end of your next turn. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. That means theoretically, if I'm reading this right, this creature would run up to you, demoralize you, and then gain a bonus to grapple you on its next turn. Yes, we're giving this thing startling charge. And I'm going to make a little addendum to it that I think is funny. The suicide grunt gains a bonus to its intimidation check equal to 1 plus the number of grenades triggered to explode. So if he has all 4 grenades active, he gets a +5 bonus to his intimidation check, which I will now give him an intimidation skill because he didn't have it before. 7, 8, 9, 10. Meaning the maximum bonus a suicide grunt can have on its intimidation roll is +15. Yes, this is good. I like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna give the grunt mule. I'll give him startling scream. They don't all have it, but some of them Pretty startling when they scream. Oh, that means they need an intimidation. Fuck. You have plus 10. Plus 7. It's more useful for alerting other grunts around them, which a grunt could do anyway if it's not assumingly killed, but this is just a guarantee that if you don't kill it and it gets a turn in its initiative, it's probably going to scream, and that's bad. When something's bad's about to go down, you scream to let everyone know. Yeah, see? Okie doke. Where was I? Unit commands. Oh, that's another good one for the grounded period. I'll have them both have steel nerves. Being able to fight rather than flee is pretty good. Underfoot. I mean, yeah, this looks pretty simple and good so far. I just need to give him proper stats relative to his level. Those stats being 13. Choose to hit bonus. His skills are going to be 9. Intimidate, bluff, athletics, piloting. Oh, right. Athletics. And that's 12. 10, 10, 12. Perception. Piloting. 13. Piloting. The stats 5, 2 plus 4 is 6, 1 plus 2 is 7, 4. Your hit points 14 times 6 plus 4 is 88. And you get the nicest armor I can get you, which is the Ultra Armor for Grunts. Dog's looking at me funny. So this makes his armor class base 1817. Plus 4 is going to be 22 plus 21. Grunt Ultra. I'll probably come back and maybe amend something here or there, but you. Oh, right. 2 things. Unit command. It's a standard action. Allow a nearby willing ally within 60 feet to take a standard action to move. A move action or swift action, but they can't benefit more than once per minute. So I want to make an item when, or The Ultra can use this ability while hidden, but when doing so must roll a stealth check to remain hidden. He can accidentally out himself while he's using a linguistics-based ability, but he can still remain hidden. And then giving him simply the Spec Ops armor variant. Bam. He can now turn invisible. He also has a targeting computer, which means he ignores concealment, which is always nice. Hey, Bob's your uncle. And like that, we've completed all of the grunts. We have so many grunts now. Too many grunts. That's never a bad thing. What would be left would be Jackal squads, major squads. The elite. I've broken my elites into two different categories. You have Sanghili, which are essentially loyalist elites, and then elites, which are exiled mercenaries. Making the different shapes that they come in, I think, is high up on my list. Elite Rangers being they're fleet based, which means they would have a lot of Rangers in their fleet because they do extra vehicular activities quite a lot. Flying enemies, lots of flying enemies with swords and plasma pistols and rifles. Great time. What will be? But looking at how long I've been going, I'm streaming for about, oh my goodness, 4 hours. I really want to play Helldivers today because it is updated recently. So, in the interest of trying to play Helldivers on stream, I might end the stream, restart it again, just because it will clip this as it was, and then I can restart again. I don't know. I might just want to play a warm-up game or two before I do that. We shall see. Thank you very much for sticking around and joining me. I actually quite like doing this format of a video, surprisingly. I was kind of nervous about it at first, but it puts me in a headspace where I'm really more comfortable thinking out loud, which helps me work through my process more, which helps me get more done. And while I'm on video, I feel like I feel like I'm on the spot. I have to actually do all my prep work because I never actually do my prep work properly. So if I'm like, okay, if I can make a stream of it, if I can sit down and do that shit, at the very least I'm staying productive. I've got a lot done. I've expanded quite a bit. I've laid all the groundwork. Actually, were you here, John, for the when I explained how the base building system works in our Starfinder game? Because it works. I've made like 3 different base building systems in the past like week, just because I don't know. I guess I'm crazy. Bases, kind of like, because I didn't want to like reinvent the wheel with this when there's already like systems in place for having like structures, I guess, in a sense, because starships have like expansion base and all this stuff that do everything from hangar base to hydroponics to just having like a bedroom. So I built it off of that and then kind of worked from there, because you can just grab a power core from a starship, stick it into a building. It's essentially the same deal. You can use the build point systems also to keep track of how this stuff works. And then you can have like levels of bases rather than like starship frames, which determine how many build points you have access to, which determines how many things you can put into your base. Yes. So, for example, where's the Oni sword base? Oni monitoring station. This is your guys' base. It has 150 hit points. Hardness of 20. 20 AC. It has 1 build point remaining out of the 50 it had, because it's a level 2 base, so it has 50 build points. And with a basic, like the lowest level power generator, was more than enough to power most of its things. You'd only ever really need a really like spaceship tier power source if you're like if your base was not so much like a military base and more just straight up like an artillery emplacement, because you can just put weapons in bases and make them like an emplacement. Starship grade weapons, by the way. Those have high power costs, so that's where, like, if you had a Mac cannon, for example, on the ground, you'd need a high amount of power generation. You can give them things like bulkheads, which make them, if they can like have percent chances to ignore critical hits. You can increase their hardness, increase their hacking, give them a comm system, stuff like that. But then you have the expansion bays, which is where you actually get the fun stuff, like a medical bay or a garage, or in this case, this one has a shuttle bay, a cargo hold, which can also hold a vehicle, a garage, and conference and meeting rooms inside. They can house a number of troops. I think a level 2 base can hold 4 troops, different units, like garrisoned inside, which can use the base's cover. They won't have to be outside it when a battle occurs. What else? What's that? But this means you can also like go to war, destroy other bases, take them over, gain other things, rebuild them, but do things inside. You know, base building. And because I built it off the system of Starfinder, I don't think it'll be too encumbersome. I don't think. I also was working on the faction system for the game, which ties into the base building on itself as well. This is something I stole from the field guide to the Korakan trade baronies. Where is it? Where is it? Splintered. There are ways to detail factions with information, but otherwise provide faction with stats that can be affected by the players, and if reduced to 0, meaning you get their stats to all to 0, the faction is destroyed completely and utterly. So, for example, 3 stats being might, influence, and subterfuge, as well as the 4th one being stock. One of their stat points is literally represented in the world by the Reclamation Center, the place where they recycle things and turn them into weapons of war, different vehicles, etc., etc. If you were to destroy that, put it out of commission, destroy its power cell, do something to effectively nullify it, that removes a stat point from the faction completely. That's something the players can do. It's also something the players' armies can be applied to, because that is a base that has stats that can be attacked by armies, but they also are things that can be infiltrated. They're things that could be tackled in a number of ways, I would think, that the players could come up with. It's meant to be very freeform and open in that way, where you could go in, weaken the place for your army to come in after the fact, or vice versa, stuff like that. That's an orbital defense cannon, which is another might asset. Take that offline, they lose another might point. Take both offline, and suddenly they have 0 might, which they would otherwise use for whenever they would roll to see how well they're doing on, say, like their faction goals. They would use their stat value. So a might of 2 means you roll 2d6, take the higher of the 2. That's a fail. Whatever it is they're doing, which in this case would be trying to repair their super carrier, fails. They get no progress. However, if they were to apply their stock, which is like once per like faction turn, essentially, they can call upon a stock to get an extra d6. Add that to the roll. Still a 1. They have another stock. That's a 3. So they fucking butcher this whole week of trying to fix the ship. No progress was made. Boo for them. But if they had no stock, that means they would have to basically rely on stock if they wanted to use might to try and complete their objective or goal or whatever it is they're doing. Yeah. think that was the most of what I worked on. I made a whole bunch of stat blocks for armies that would otherwise occupy these bases as opposition, which can be dealt with either as player characters in good old-fashioned combat, like 2 bonded hunters. That's just 2 hunters. You can fight them in normal combat, or you can have your army try and deal with 2 of them. But 2 hunters is a level 6 army, so that's no bueno. Whereas you have like the Blackwater security team. That's only 25 guys, but that's a 5-level army because it's 25 CR6 mercenaries all in a group working together. Very organized, functional army. Whereas the Unity ground forces don't even count as an army. I don't think I went over this, but yeah. I didn't realize my music stopped forever ago. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break there to finish eating my dinner, and then hopefully, laws of live streaming willing, play a little bit of Helldivers. Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. Okay. Thank you very much for joining, everyone. I have been Ghost Diamond, and I hope you enjoyed this attempt at a game development stream in sort of a sense, as I do love hobby of game development. Okay. Bye-bye. I'll leave you with my intermission screen, because I think it looks nice.